How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? A very, very cold morning. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, Bomber County in Lincolnshire. Welcome to the show. Here we go. Nice start to the morning. It's boom time. Wow, low flying geese, look at this. Oh. Talk to me, goose. You're right, man. So, welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon, and they are starting up. You can hear their wonderful EJ200 engines. We've got 5 Typhoon Squadrons here, plus 2 display teams. The RAF Typhoon display team and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. I'll tell you what, don't envy me, but that smell is lovely. I love that smell. It also reminds me of holidays, stepping off onto Larnaca Airport as well. That smell, that jet fuel smell, that lovely smell, and it's been infused from Steve's burger van there. Burger van smell and jet fuel. What could possibly be better, eh? A very warm welcome to everyone at the viewing area here at Coningsby. Big shout out to those here, and of course for those serving at RAF Coningsby. How we all doing? Hope you're well. Big shout out from all of us. We love what you do, and we know what you do. Bless your hearts, looking after our skies, securing our skies every day. It's something that, you know, as a civilian we can take for granted, just walking around, going to the beach, going on holiday, going to Cornwall, going to Devon. Other places are available, you know, going to Scotland, wherever you're going to work, stuck in traffic jams. That sky is looked after 24/7, 365, and this is one of 2 QRA stations here in the UK. There is a third one, but that's all the way out at the Falklands. That is another QRA station. QRA, Quick Reaction Alert. That's what it stands for. This one's number 2 south. Number 1 north is at Lossiemouth, which will be there for our yearly visit. And of course, there are pilots and ground crew as well right now. Okay, don't forget about the ground crew as well, because of course they need to make sure that the aircraft are ready to go, and they will run out on a QRA. They will run out whatever they're wearing. It's not like the pilots that are pretty much already wearing their pilot gear to get out. So that's all looked after by Bulmer, Swanwick and High Wycombe. These are places you may not think about. The skies are monitored to make that call. Bryce Norton as well. They'll also scramble a Voyager for the Typhoons to increase endurance if needed. Aircraft from civilian to military, to even boats as well, they will be scrambled should a threat be detected or just unwanted. Yeah, I'm going to get a little bit. I'm going to be daring and just push a few words out there because I'm proud. And sometimes you just need that extra bit of, you know, on the borderline sometimes. You know what I mean? No. But anyway, without further ado, welcome to Ted's home, Ted HQ, aka big shout to all roles, because all roles make an air force, including chef, caretakers, ground crew, all the lineys marshalling the aircraft out safely, the regiment, the RAF police, keeping everything secure. We always think about Royal Air Force and pilots, but it's a lot more. Oi, oi! You just can't get away from any fun bit of playing the horn here. Oh, it's just brilliant. How are we all doing? To our absolutely valued members that support the channel through and through, thank you. I just want to say a massive thank you to those that support the channel as a member. A big shout out, because it really does mean a lot. It really, really does. Because without you supporting the channel, couldn't do this at all. We wouldn't. Ted and I would be just doing this on a cash part-time. But you've allowed the Ted Coningsby crew to do that. For those that have been having some retail therapy, even that plays a massive part. Our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Here he is. Ted, you're right, mate. He's just finished his salmon. It's just here he is. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Runway 07, and runway 07 means one thing: it's cold up here. That easterly wind. I thought the westerly wind started to get cold, but now the easterly is really pushing. But that's fine. That means 07 for easterly winds, which is all good. Ted, this is where it all began for you, mate. I know, it's amazing. I just love coming here. I know I get asked this quite a lot. Where's your favourite base and place? Well, the thing is, I love them all, but the feeling here I get, even today, I was just thinking about this today, as we drove over there, past the main ASP, it just brings that feeling again, you know, that first day here, that first time, wondering what all this was, not having a clue, thinking that they were Mirage 2000s when I first seen them flying around. And of course, to keep all this going and looked after as well, the spanner flight there, who look after the chat room 24/7, not just here but also on our Discord, to make sure it's a safe family environment. You know, it was a bit of a gamble. It had its challenges to create a channel and actually filter out the politics out of it. You know, all that doom and gloom side of it. I just wanted to make a happy place where we can all enjoy an array of aircraft in a fun environment. You know how it is. So if you just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to hit that like button. Do give us a thumbs up. You've been cleared to full reheat that like button. Oh yes. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, and I hope you're all good. I hope you enjoyed those departures. Very nice. And I'll tell you what, moody skies are always a great compliment when you've got reheats or afterburners. Oh yes, it really is. They look good. Grey and orange. When I used to do graphics and design, it used to be one of my favourite mixtures. Grey and orange. Don't know why. They just look so good. When I used to do a lot of my graphic artwork and stuff back at college days, grey and orange style, I loved it. And it works on reheats as well, doesn't it? So we've got 5 Typhoon Squadrons here at RAF Coningsby. The first we'll mention are the ones that departed and the ones spooling right now on the main ASP, the Aircraft Servicing Platform, and that's number 29 Squadron. So Coningsby's 29 Squadron is one of 5 Typhoon Squadrons, and their role is quite an important one. This is the Typhoon school, so to speak. Okay, so you're going to get fast jet training pilots that are streamed to the Typhoon, so they would have chosen fast jet in their career path, and this is where they come for the Typhoon, here to be trained on it. 3 to 4 months, they'll be a qualified Typhoon pilot. Oh yes, you know it is. Formed in 1915 at Gosport, they travelled to France as a fighter squadron. In 1940, the squadron became a defensive night fighter squadron. They even had the young Guy Gibson flying in the Bee Fighters, and he even claimed 4 aerial victories as a night fighter pilot with 29 Squadron. They began offensive as a night intruder, defending RAF heavy bombers. So they played that defending role for our heavy bombers, and that was from 1943. In 1987, they became the first operational squadron to be equipped with the Tornado F3. And in 2003 at Walton Aerodrome, they were the second RAF squadron to receive the Typhoon. Their nickname are the Buzzards. They've flown various aircraft in their career. They even had 26 of their pilots achieving ace statuses, and that was just during World War I. Even a Victoria Cross from McCudden. They've flown aircraft such as the Mosquito Phantom, the Javelin, Tornado F3. They are an important squadron, ladies and teddy bears. So that's our OCU, Operational Conversion Unit. The next one, number 41, who like to write their squadron numbers in Roman numerals. There are still a few out there with the legendary Seek and Destroy motto, Echo Bravo squadron markings on their Spitfires back in World War II. Formed in 1916. That's right, they had their birthday not long ago. 41 Squadron, XL1 Squadron. During the days of the Royal Flying Corps, stood up in July before deploying to France in October as a Royal Aircraft Factory FE8 operator. A year later, they began to be equipped with the Airco DH5 in June, and fully equipped with the more superior SE5A by mid-November. They did disband after the First World War in December the 31st, literally New Year's Eve in 1999. But when they reformed in 1923, they moved to RAF Norfolk on the 1st of April of 1923. They were equipped with the Sopwith Snipe and then re-equipped with the Armstrong Whitworth Siskin in 1934. They were re-equipped with the Hawker Demon. and then they were deployed to Aden for the Abyssinian crisis in 1935. On their return to the UK in August of 36, they were re-equipped with the really cool Hawker Fury, if you've ever heard one of them fly. Oh yeah, nice. In 1939, they began converting to the Spitfire Mark I in January, painted Echo Bravo as their squadron marking, seek and destroy their motto. Oi oi! 41 Squadron claimed the first aircraft shot down a Heinkel HE-111 by Spitfires. Oh yes, 1940, operating out of Hornchurch, they flew top cover for the Dunkirk evacuation for 12 days from the 28th of May. The unit flew throughout the Battle of Britain and in November converted to the Spitfire Mark II. Oh yeah. In 1941, they converted to the Spitfire Mark 5B, which is what AB910 is here, to give you an idea. It's got the extra cannons and guns. Ooh yeah, so a total of 6. Get in. They supported the Dieppe raid in 1942 of August, and in 43 converted to the Mark 7 Spitfire, and they were one of only 2 squadrons to use this variant. After D-Day, this is pretty cool because 41 Squadron's focus was switched from bomber escorting to anti-bomb patrols, even destroyed a total of 53 V1 flying bombs in a 9-week period. You see, there were many methods to destroy the V1 bombs. That was either shoot it if you've got the speed to keep up with it, or to tip it over if you've exhausted your weapons. By September, it transferred attention to attacking V2 launch sites as well, while equipping with the Spitfire Mark 14. Also moved to a forward base in Belgium, ending its war stationed in Germany. In 1946, they disbanded on the 31st of March, reformed in April. Started to operate another Spitfire, the F Mark 21 operator. They also flew the fighter variant of the Mosquito. You may have heard me say about the de Havilland Hornet. A single-seater fighter variant of the Mosquito was indeed the Hornet. They've flown other aircraft such as the Javelin, and also in 1965 they reformed on the 1st of September as a missile defence unit, then equipped with the Bloodhound Mark II surface-to-air missile. So they hung up their flying boots and disbanded on the 18th of September 1970, but reformed on the 1st of April 72, flying the Phantom FGR4. They've flown various aircraft such as the Harrier, the Jaguar. They took part in Operation Granby in 1991. They supported Operations Warden and Resident North, and that continued until 93. They were even deployed in Italy for Operation Deny Flight over Bosnia. The commitment continued until August of 95. Quite a lot of history, and during that time 41 Squadron Jaguar became the first RAF aircraft to drop a bomb in anger over Europe since the Second World War. They took part in Operation Telik in Iraq, flying the Jaguar GR3. 2006, although they were scheduled to disband, 41 Squadron became a reserve, and a new fast jet and weapons operational evaluation unit, and that's when they were operating the Harrier. Even here, they did spend some time here flying the Jaguar and the Harrier here at Coningsby. But in 2013, they were now designated as 41 Reserve Test and Evaluation Squadron as the first Typhoon TES. So they test and evaluate the latest and greatest ordnance, weapons. They'll try out new things like taking off from a taxiway, etc. Pretty cool, man. The next squadron to mention are the new kids on the block, really, number 12. They've flown legendary aircraft such as the Vickers Wellington, the Canberra, the Buccaneer, the Tornado, and one that I will mention is the Fairy Fox, the only unit to operate the Fairy Fox, hence the fox on their squadron crest. It does feature a fox. Their motto is leads the field. They stood up in 2018 and started operating at Coningsby in 2020, but they formed all the way back in 1915 at Neverhaven. In 1940, Flying Officer Garland and Sergeant Gray were awarded the Victoria Crosses for a ferry battle raid on the Maastricht Bridge over Albert Canal. Re-equipped with the Wellington, also later the Lancaster, with the legendary Jack Curry flying that and all. 51 saw them fly the Canberra, even here as well in 1953. They switched to the Buccaneer in 69. They took part in Operation Granby in 91, Operation Telic in 2003 with the Tornado GR4. They were the first Tornado unit in Afghan in 2010, took part in Operation Elemi. Read Mike Sutton's book, it's brilliant. Although they stood down, they took part in 2015 on Op Shader missions and started their conversion to the Typhoon, and we're flying it here in 2020. Here we go. £24,000 with a thrust to weight ratio of 1.2 to 1. It is an absolutely, I always remember it as a a track day car. Got so much power on a lightweight frame, it's amazing. Just over £40,000 of thrust total, so £20,200 of thrust in each engine. This is a tranche-free airframe. Here we go, send it. teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Woo!
So that leaves us with 2 more Typhoon Squadrons to mention. And we'll start off with number 11, who feature Roman numerals for their squadron number. If you ever see Roman numerals, it doesn't actually mean anything different other than a traditional sense. There was no real, requirement to have that. I guess it was some sort of traditional fashion that they were doing, but they do have a Latin motto which I doubt I can even pronounce, but it's Osieres Acrioresque Achilles, which means swifter and keener than eagles. I'm laughing because I probably made a right mess out of that, but it does feature 2 eagles on their squadron crest. They formed in 1915 at Neverhaven and have the claim of being the world's oldest dedicated fighter squadron. You see, we mentioned that Lakenheath in brackets, the L, the D, the M and the H, H for heavy, L for light. Well, the letter F, of course, you may know, is fighter in brackets, and they've had that letter F since 1915, which is amazing. They were the first unit to operate the Bristol Scout. They've operated the Hurricane 2, the Lightning F6 and the Tornado F3. They were the first unit to operate the Venom FB1 in 1952. In 1988, together with number 5 AC Squadron, they became the last squadron to operate the Lightning aircraft. And they stood up as a multi-role Typhoon Squadron in 2007. And finally, last but not least, third shall be the first. In Latin, tertius primus erit. I get scared when I say that. I keep thinking I'm going to turn a rabbit into a gremlin or something, or make a Vulcan come out or something. It sounds like I'm doing some sort of Harry Potter magic potion when I read Latin out. It's got that, it's got that one. It definitely has it. Tertius primus erit. Now, that motto is because the third shall be the first, because their claim to fame is being the first squadron to fly heavier than air aircraft. You see, they did lighter than air aircraft, such as a balloon. They were a balloon squadron in 1911. They formed at Lark Hill as number 2 aeroplane company, part of the Air Battalion, the Royal Engineers. Now, there was indeed an aerodrome called Stonehenge Aerodrome. Now, the creature that's on their squadron crest, it's not a dragon, it's not a chucken, it's not a cockerel, but it's got a cockerel's head, a dragon's body, and a bit of a wyvern. Ladies and teddy bears, let me introduce to you a creature called a cockatrice. That is their nickname. Now, here's a funny little thing that I love saying. You know me, right? So, Stonehenge, it's got a bit of a link with mythology, but the cockatrice has. Now, if you look at number 3 squadron's markings, it looks like Roman numerals, but not quite. Look closer and it's Stonehenge, or at least the monolith of Stonehenge done in a number 3. Now, what's sat on that is this creature called a cockatrice. Now, they chose the cockatrice because, according to legend and mythology, it was the first creature to fly. hence heavier than air aircraft. They were the first squadron to fly. However, Pegasus, on the other hand, me studying mythology at university level, I will like to think that Pegasus had something to say about that. Okay, now I know a lot of people that love equestrian and horses. No, I do not want horses to fly. Why? We've seen the mess seagulls make. I don't want to see flying horses. That'll cause a lot of damage. Anyway, the cockatrice's skills is to turn its victim into stone, a bit like Medusa. However, Pegasus tried to take the cockatrice to court, right? You know, because you know, Pegasus, I feel, has been victimized here of flight, okay? But there were no witnesses to this because the cockatrice had turned all the witnesses into stone. All right, so that's my little story that I wrote once upon a time ago. So, so the cockatrice still lives on as the first creature to fly in mythology. There you go. I love that story. I love saying that one anyway. Yeah, anyway, meanwhile, back to number 3. They were renamed number 3 Squadron because they started out as number 2. Now, a lot of people do ask me, how are the numbers given? Yes, they were in numerical order. They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the numbers 1 to 11, 1 to 12, you'll find they formed a long time ago. They were renamed to number 3 in 1912. A little quick history. 1935, they were deployed to Sudan during the Abyssinian crisis. 1999, they took part in Operation Allied Force over Kosovo. And in 2006, that's when they moved to Coningsby in Lincolnshire. They've flown various aircraft, such as the Harrier GR1, the Javelin, the Hurricane, Harrier GR5. They even provided air defence for the London Olympics in 2012 as well. So, 2 more to talk about. We've also got the Typhoon display team, which formed in 2005. First ever display pilot was indeed Matt Elliott. He had 2 seasons as well. I do have a list of all the Typhoon pilots, but that's 21 years of RAF Typhoon display team. And of course, last but not least, our second display team are indeed the BBMF, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. They formed in July the 11th, 1957 at Biggin Hill, but they were actually called the RAF Historic Aircraft Flight. They had a number of name changes. They were once the Battle of Britain Flight. And, you know, right up to 1973, when they received the Avro Lancaster, that is when they added Memorial to their title. They came to Coningsby in 1976. They've still got 2 of the original first aircraft that arrived. They had a number of aircraft frames that you may not have heard of, but PM631, the reconnaissance PR-19, is still going. That was the first one, so it's the longest serving of the BBMF aircraft. Not the longest serving as in when it served in its RAF career, but the longest to have served in the BBMF. land it. Aircraft on the ASP. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Right, how we doing? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well and keeping warm. It is a little bit sharp up here, but hey, just gotta keep going there and that. How we all doing? Let's have a look at what we got on the show. Remco DeVray, how you doing? Simon Whiston, oi oi, morning to you. Not Captain Vapor, how we doing? GBG, how you doing as well? Dylan Cobb, Margot Baxter, how's it going? LEJ Approach, hope you're all good and well. Batter Purple, Synchro Tones, Captain A, Vampire, Bring the Noise, says Vampire. Simon Watchorn, how you doing? Goodness me. Pete Lawrenson, man, how you doing, man? Are you ready to climb Mount Everest again with me? Let's do this. I don't think so. Not. God, imagine how windy it is up there. Not the real Mount Everest, by the way, but it certainly felt like it. It is PTO Tuesday by the look of it. Beautiful, lovely power. Some QRA style takeoffs. Power assisted there now. Captain A, how you doing? Batter Purple, Wibs. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show, everyone. Oh, cheers, but oh, thanks, Pete. Yeah, definitely. I'll get one of those two. Definitely, I'll see how we get on. Davey, how you doing? Hope you're good, man. Yeah, so they don't always go up vertically. They don't always do that, but they'll request a PTO regardless. It's all about the climb rate. Unrestricted climbs, performance takeoffs, quick climbs, they are all the same thing. They're all given that unrestricted climb rate, whatever. You'll even get a QRA style takeoff as well. It basically means I'm going to go exceptionally quick. I need to get to my altitude as quick as possible. So they are given a clearance to climb to a certain level. Even unrestricted climbs are given a flight level to climb to. It doesn't mean you just go up as far as you want, because at the end of the day there are other aircraft up there doing their thing, flying wherever it is they need to go. There are civilian aircraft up there. In fact, if you put on ADSB, there's like millions, literally millions of aircraft up in the skies. QRA takeoffs are done a little bit differently. There's a lot of communication and coordination, probably the right word actually, coordination with NATs. Like I said, Bulmer, you've got Swanwick, High Wycombe as well, putting that all together to make sure the most direct route to get to the intercept aircraft, direct route to get there. It's very, very interesting. It really is indeed. Well, there we go. It's definitely going to be lots of tea this morning for me to keep warm. It's pretty bad out here. How are we all doing anyway? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Hope we're all good. And so we've got little GPX. We're on holiday in Skeggy end of June, so we'll be spending a day at Coningsby, as I've never been yet. Wow, a convoy of 90s cars. That sounds good. That sounds really good. You're right.
Big fan.
Oh, thank you. Thanks very much.
First thing you said when we woke up was Ted Coningsby.
Oh, bless. Oh, yeah, I'm here. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. See, I will be let me just ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, a station that was a bomber command station, and a bomber station right up to 1969 when things changed for Coningsby. It hung up its sort of bomber role and turned into a fighter town, a fighter station since 1969. It was indeed the Spey engine Phantoms that arrived with, it was number 6 squadron that was here, the flying can openers. You can certainly hear that wind just punching through, isn't it? It's me. Yeah, so there weren't any Spitfires or Hurricanes or fighter aircraft during the Second World War. It was always a bomber station. It was allocated to number 5 group. I was doing some reading about Wing Commander Guy Gibson that took command just 23 here at Coningsby with 106 Squadron, which was indeed very interesting, and some of the things I was reading about, and of course September 18th of 1944, tragedy struck for him and his navigator in the Mosquito, but we'll cover that a little bit later on. I've ordered it this morning. I can't wait to get it. I could not believe that there is actually a Coningsby Hampden that I managed to source. So I've got one coming soon to the screens near you. The reason why I always bring up the Hampden here, the Handley Page Hampden, is because indeed it was the first aircraft to operate here at Coningsby. This is it. This was the first, and I managed to get a Zulu November one. I know, 83 were the first. I know with this, I mean, it's absolutely amazing. It's got a lot of history. Wing Commander Guy Gibson that was here with it as well, and that's why I love bringing it up here. And it had a lot of funny nicknames, of course, but it's got there's some amazing stories here with the Hampden. Some good, of course, and others not so good. With 106 Squadron. 106 Squadron, the first to arrive here in 23rd of February of 1941. The station was actually built on the 4th of November of 1940, but it took a few months for the first residents to arrive here at Coningsby. So yeah, 49 Squadron, they received the first Hampdens with just trying to think, is that Oscar Lima? Sorry, I'm thinking of the Avro. I'm thinking of the Avro Vulcan. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of the Avro Vulcan. But yeah, this has got OL, so that'll be 83 Squadron. I don't know if you can see that Oscar Lima. Coningsby's one had Zulu November 106 that were here. So September 1938, this entered service, and 49 Squadron received the first Hampdens. And by the end of the year, 49 and both 83 Squadron were operating these from RAF Scampton. I know, and this came out the same time and the same specification, and it's really interesting because the specification that was given to this was B932, so B932. So it was issue number 9, B for like a heavy bomber. Now I know what you're thinking. It's not really a heavy bomber, is it? But this was heavy at the time, and it came out with. It was actually given a specification. It had to have the capability of having torpedoes, that kind of thing. This could take £4,000. And what's interesting, B932, 32 means it was the year that it was issued, and number 9 means it was the 9th issue. So the one before that would have had an 8, the one before that would have had a 7, etc. The letter indicated what it was, so you can have F for fighter, P for a medium bomber, A for army. There was all sorts of designations, for example. But what was interesting, the Air Ministry needed something, and they'll put it out there for companies to have a go at producing an aircraft. And it was actually 2 companies that were given the go-ahead, and it was of course Vickers for the Vickers Wellington, and this Handley Page, and this was the Hampden. So 2 aircraft, completely different, shall we say similar, as in capability, nearly. This was probably a lot more agile, but this did not have any perks at all. It was just good old metal, all metal, and no comfort for a pilot. This actually sported a boom fuselage rather than the Wellington's long geodetic airframe. And this was nicknamed the Flying Tadpole, the Flying Suitcase. Had a couple of lovingly nicknames, but it could take 4,000 pound of payload, but it was only 3-foot fuselage, really claustrophobic in there. There were no facilities for the pilot, so if you had to go, you just had to go, or hold it in, whatever. I won't go into detail, but surely a lot of headaches there for for pilots flying this, definitely. No like protection like armoured plating or anything. Flight of a crew of 4, and yeah, it could take 4,000 pound of payload with a service ceiling of 19,000 feet, speeds of 247 miles per hour, and it was powered by the Bristol Pegasus. Both aircraft come out with an engine, the Bristol Pegasus engine, on their first models, because this was a bridge, and it was really important, the Bristol Pegasus engine. This was the bridge to do away with those 650 horsepower Kestrel engines, the Rolls-Royce Kestrel, all that similar sort of power. They wanted to start getting more power. And don't forget, Bomber Command wasn't even formed yet, so tactics and justification for a bombing, you know, style wasn't quite there yet. But of course 1936 came along, and which is why I love the Sterling. It was kind of like a product out of Bomber Command, in my eyes anyway, in my thoughts. But really interesting. I won't dabble too much, but this was the first aircraft to be here, and it was with 106 Squadron. And I managed to source, the reason why I brought this up, I managed to source, yes, it did have guns on it, I managed to source one with Zulu November on it. Why Zulu November? Because that was 106 Squadron's markings. 106 Squadron went on a first mission here in March the 1st, the night of March the 1st into the 2nd, and there were no losses with their Hampdens, but the second raid, the night after, so the 3rd into the... Oh yeah, sorry, cake. Cake is good. I might actually... oh, you're a star. Let me come down. I might put it in the cabin, because it's going to get... I'll put it in there, so I'm going to have a cup of tea. It's okay to blow away now. I'm just going to go for a bowl of my tea. Thank you. Happy birthday. Is it Graham, isn't it? Sorry, but if you're going to get offered cake, you're going to have to take it. So sorry about that. So there we go. I'll have my cake in a minute with my cup of tea. So yeah, 106 Squadron. Now the second raid on the 3rd into the 4th wasn't a good day for Coningsby. It was their first loss. So they lost X3002. That was the first ever aircraft lost at Coningsby. It was on the early hours of the 4th of March of 1941, and all 4 crew were lost. Now, here's an interesting one for you, okay? I've got a very interesting raid that happened at Coningsby, again, 106 Squadron, 2nd of October of 1941. A really interesting raid. It was a raid over Karlsruhe, okay, and it was for railway marshalling yards at Karlsruhe. Sorry, Karlsruhe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right in German, but Karlsruhe. They went onto their mission, and it was led by Sergeant Newby, H.J. Newby, with, of course, his crew of 3. Well, crew of 4, but him being one of them. And they went on their raid, and the weather was really bad, and they were actually ordered, and there was a lot of confusion, even if you read the actual record book for this. But none of the 4 aircraft that went on the raid actually made it back to base. Now, this one, AD768, flown by Sergeant Newby, they were ordered to basically get recalled. They were ordered to recall and abort the mission due to the weather. But Newby, being, you know, that RAF passion that must press on, carried on. Davey, thank you so much for that, mate. Thank you. He had that press on, and he went on to press on to bomb the railway yards, which he did. However, on the way back over France, this came at them. I've never actually told you the full story before, but an ME-110 met them. Now, this is not to scale, because if I was in the Hampden, I'd be probably just yeah, I'd quit. No match for it. This was an ME-110, and they were met, and it was absolutely shot to bits. Their navigational systems completely failed, but they managed to evade it because Guy Gibson actually loved the Hampden. He actually felt that it was a bit of a fighter bomber because it was very manoeuvrable. But the ME-110, pretty happy with the job, actually managed to destroy both engines. Oh dear. Now they thought they were above Scotland. They actually thought they were above Scotland. They saw the land below and they bailed out and parachuted. 3 of them managed to stay together, but the other one actually slept. He slept in a barn, I think, with his parachute. The other member of the crew. However, they were all caught and interned, and that was the end of the war for all 4 of them. That was the end, because they actually landed in Ireland, and Ireland was neutral. I never actually thought about that. So the crew of 4 actually spent the rest. And one of the what was interesting, one of the crew was actually Royal Canadian Air Force, and this got to Canada, and they were trying their best, and it was featured. It was featured in the in the press for Canada, and they tried their best to get one of the crew back as well. It was a bit of a propaganda thing. It was really pushed out there. It was amazing. The Canadian was, I think it was Frederick William Tisdall, who was born in Toronto, Canada. So he was interned in Ireland and was announced in various Canadian papers on the 8th of October 1941 when obviously the news reached to his family and he was officially posted as missing, but word had reached to his father. So that, obviously that's quite comforting for them to know, hang on, he's not missing, he's been found and he's well, but he just spent the rest of the war in Ireland being interned. So they obviously had to give reports of the escape and all this kind of stuff. It was really, really amazing. I'll tell you what, I'll show you a newspaper clip of it. Look at this. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? Interned in Ireland. Look at that. So it's something I don't really tell you about that one, but it's a really interesting story how, that was the way it was, and for a neutral country, it's one thing bailing out and escaping, but then and there was a really good film, is it called In the White? That is an amazing film. If you've ever seen that, I recommend that strongly. Let me see if that is what it's called. That is a very good film to watch. Yeah, Into the White. Oh, you've got to watch that. If you've not seen it, please watch because that's what it reminded me of. A film called Into the White, based on a true story, which the remains of this very, very aircraft was actually, it's at the the Fleet Air Arm Museum. It is an absolutely fantastic story, really is. It's based on a true story about a Heinkel 111 and a Fleet Air Arm Blackburn Skua, and it actually happened on the 27th of April 1940. The story goes, right, they were over Norway, I've got to try and remember this, and I think they were both shot down, basically. I can't remember who shot who, but they were both shot down, and they ended up in this, and it was snow, it was icy, it was a blizzard. They ended up in this barn, like how do I say it, this house, this wooden house in the middle of nowhere with no one in it. But you've got two countries, all right, two lots of crew, but obviously enemies of each other, but then they're stuck together in this house, and they try to impose like POW laws on each other and stuff. It's amazing. They're like, well, I'm an officer, well, I'm a, and rank falls out the window, and then they end up being friends because they need to survive. But the problem is, are they on the neutral side of Norway, or are they on the Nazi occupied part of Norway? And this, honestly, I'm not going to spoil it, because I'm just going to say wow, the ending. Now the skua ended up in a river, which I think in the 70s, did they not recover it and bring it back to the Fleet Air Arm, if I remember. Maybe you know more about that than me, but it is an amazing story. Right, I'm gonna go and have some tea and cake. Oh, let me just check ADSB, make sure there's a Ted Coningsby recommended movie for tonight. I think it's on, I can't remember if it's on Prime. Is it on Prime or Netflix? But I'm pretty sure it's free if it's available on Prime, subject to the country that you're in, of course. But very, very amazing, very gripping as well. You got to think of the context. Two opposite sides, so enemies of each other, both crash land, both in the same house together, in a country that could be neutral, it could be not. So it's in the end, I'm not going to ruin it, because just watch it. It's a really gripping and just an amazing film. The AWCU, beautifully placed there. That's the Airfield Wildlife Control Unit doing their thing, keeping the airfield secure and safe from wildlife, although, you know, you're not going to win, let's face it, but it's all about controlling, all about managing, all about inspecting, all about looking for a prevention, you know, looking after the grass runway as well for molehills, looking after the main runway from creatures running across. Even the funniest creature that I've asked, the funniest animal here, I've asked Coningsby AWCU, was indeed a domestic cat. I can imagine, because they're so territorial, cats, domestic cats. Of course, they've just got to you know. But on a good thing, they do get rid of all the sort of like the rodent things, you know, the mice types and rats, and which could lead on to other creatures, great and small, etc. But sheep was probably the funniest one I've ever heard of from Cranwell, although they do get quite a few foxes running across the runway as well, which is obviously a hazard. And the thing is, you cannot control that. If you're at one end of the runway and then a fox just runs right across the runway, it does happen. You know, there's not a lot you can do. It's a case of, you know, trying to manage as best as you can, looking out for potential nests. Geese, those geese were chased off earlier. That was, you know, and it's, you know, they don't just, there's a misconception that they just shoot everything. That's not the case. That is absolutely not the case. In fact, it's very rare circumstances. They do have a flare gun and a flare pistol to scare the birds away, but it's done in a way to control it. You've got to be able to manage in a way, because you could make matters worse. Sometimes you've got to remember, you know, you get to know them, and rooks are very, very clever. Rooks are very intelligent. They will know when they think they may get fired upon. If the vehicle is moving, they know that the AWCU is not going to fire, but if it stops, it could actually fire. They're that clever, they've realised that. Amazing. How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nick Oss. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Hope we're all good and well. And an absolutely blustery Coningsby. So how we all doing? Aspen, what up? Hope we're all good. Christopher Carr, Harry Gardner, Dieter, Davey, Simon Watchon. Hope we're all good and well. Luke, I will be doing that when the Reds come back from Greece. You may notice one or two Red Arrows. They'll be doing some currency flights. They're constantly training new recruits and potentials for the next year. Don't forget, you'll see them about. These are Red Arrows recruits that are potentials for next year. They'll be, they don't just go, right, it's a new season, let's train some absolutely brand spanking new pilots. They need to get in there and try to you know, make their name. I'll talk to you all about that process when we're next at Waddington. But Red Arrows, probably I don't really know, because it's going to be quite busy for me now from sort of, you know, tail end of May. That is it for me, really. Really busy. There's a lot of air shows to get around. You know, you got June at Cosford, which I'll be doing. July you got Riyadh, August Eastbourne, September Lossiemouth trip, you know, so on and so on. October I'll take my my second annual leave. I cannot wait. Well, goodness me, can't wait though, can't wait. Wibbs, how you doing? Alan Burden, what up? Hope we're all good and well. I don't think it's a very day-to-day, Ted. The wind is really, apparently it's going to pick up as well later on, so I can't see any BVMF aircraft going up today, unfortunately. It does feel like it's going to be a very quiet day today. In fact, that could be it. There could be just one or two maybe later. It's just a guess. You can always tell by what's sort of on the ASP. One benefit of Coningsby is the fact that it is a training station as well, so you're going to get, you know, almost, I'm going to say almost guaranteed to get some movement from the 29 Squadron, because at the end of the day they need to train the latest and greatest recruits that have just passed their advanced flying training from Valley, for example. Even those from RAF Leeming, from the number 11 Qatari Emirai Air Force, that have just passed their flying training from there, and they'll come with 29 Squadron and then proceed to number 12. And can't remember the other Qatari Squadron, an actual Qatari Squadron. I know number 12 is a joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, which I didn't mention earlier this morning, but for our regulars would know that already. But that is a joint squadron. Of course, Qatar Emirai Air Force itself do have their own sort of front line over there, I would imagine. But there we go. To actually leave the roof of the van in case things go missing up here. Just listen to that, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Won't be able to show you the Typhoon models, unfortunately. I do have them here, but they're actually strapped down, blue tacked a lot, because they will just go missing. Some of the die-cast models I'll be able to show you, but diagrams and stuff, they're just going to go literally out the window. Really bad today. I didn't realise it was going to be this bad. So I've got a couple of Typhoons heading back. So just waiting for the Typhoons to RTB now. Let's see if I can get visual as soon as I can. You know, if it wasn't for the wind, it would be such a lovely warm day. Babzar, how you doing? Hope you're well. Honestly, you must feel that every stream I do is just completely windy, and it is. I've like I said, the last two, like this year and last year, the most windiest I've ever known in all my life. It's really, really odd. It's not about. It's about how consistent it is. That's the thing. Are we now just a windy country full on though? Oh yeah, actually, it's runway 7, right? So I've got to look behind me. I was looking the other way. just looking behind me now. Shouldn't be too far. Okay. Has actually gone out quite far out actually. I wonder where that's going. Maybe not. Not for a little bit. Get visual, get eyeball on the flight. It's gone out quite far. Went as far out as Sleaford. So here we go, a flight of two just coming in now. So that's two Typhoons just coming in together by the look of it as a pair. But hopefully a pair's landing. They are somewhere out there, not too far. approach there into the brake.
Chris, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, with hair like mine, can you imagine that? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well said. And where'd he go? Another low one.
visuals of the day. The pappy lights on. Yeah, they are. So it's just the angle that we're looking at them, isn't it? Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. I was going to say that was quick. I thought I'd missed it, but it's just been towed, so that's cool. 41 squadron there. There's the pretty little planes there. No. It's funny, I think we've got these are pretty little planes. In fact, everything's pretty little planes. I like the way we've almost got like a name on the Ted Coningsby channel for each aircraft. So Trouble, you all know what Trouble is, don't you? Trouble F-35, here comes Trouble. These are the pretty little planes, Foons. Pretty cool. Cool, hot pit refueling. Yeah. I think I'm going to put 2 and 2 together, or are they? Hang on. The bows are there. Yep, hot pit refueling, here we go. If the engines are still running. So hot pit refueling is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. So it's a quicker way to actually refuel the aircraft with the engines are running. It takes about 10 to 12 minutes to hot pit refuel a Typhoon, for example, which is not a lot compared to, I'd say that's about 30% quicker, I think it is, if I remember that in a percentage time. The reason, this is just a guess, I will ask someone, but I would guess it's because the pumps are still running, everything is running, so it enables the fuel to fill quicker and get that round and pump into all the internal fuel tanks. Typhoon has 8 internal fuel tanks, which in total can hold about 11,000 pounds of fuel. Oh yeah. Rail Basher, thank you very much. Hope you're good. Christopher, Neil, Davey, Bobby, Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Hope you're good. Remco DeVray, oi oi, Alan Q Tosh. What else have we got here now? So hot pit refueling is one of the components for an ICT. I know it's called different things in different air forces. It stands for Integrated Combat Turn or Combat Turnaround. It involves a hot pit refuel, it involves a check and a rearm and then back on combat sorting. So this would be a very, very crucial aspect for both pilot and the crew with the RSV, the refueling, refueling vehicle there that you can see, the Bowser as we call it as well. So this is very important. So on a combat world, in a combat world, this will be hot pit refueling. You'll have ground crew doing all the checks, checking the probe as well, and rearming the aircraft ready for another sortie. those asking about octane levels, I don't know if you've ever seen the video SR-71 pilot or crew dropping a lit match onto jet fuel, and they were all worried, but it's not, they actually put out the match. So jet fuel is very low octane, like kerosene level, low lead kerosene level, whereas cars, what, 98, 100, high octane, very flammable, whereas jet fuel isn't. It's a very low octane, would you believe? I think if you put jet fuel in a car, it will just cut out, it won't even start. Although, if you put high octane in a fighter jet, I think there'll be a bit of a serious problem. Very dangerous problem, I would imagine. How you doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So the Typhoon's consumption is 1.6 litres per second, man, and that's without the reheats. Of course, it doesn't use a lot right now, but it goes up to 6 litres per second with reheats. That's about what, 360 litres per minute. Oh, with afterburner, that is, right? So this forms as part of the combat turnaround. Now, for those that are new to this is called hot pit refueling. But it looks like it's doing a full-on ICT training, because don't forget, this is 29 Squadron. So hot pit refueling is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engine still running. We've seen F-15 shut down one engine, but the Typhoon just keeps them both running. And we've also seen and heard the F-15E Strike Eagle with both engines still running. But the whole point, hot pit refueling, is significantly quicker. It's about, actually, I was a bit lean, it's about 66%, I was working that out. It takes about 10 minutes to hot pit refuel a fighter jet such as the Typhoon or an F-15E Strike Eagle. This allows the aircraft to refuel while the engines are still running. And the reason why it's quicker, because you're eliminating the engine shutdown process. That needs a lot of time. To start an aircraft, you can't just start an aircraft. This is what people forget. You can't just sit in your aircraft and just start it up and then you can just taxi and go. The whole shutdown process, the inspection, the restart requires a good old cold refueling if you're going to do that. If you're going to do that, that takes a lot longer to shut it down. So don't forget, a process of shutting it down, doing all those checks on shutdown. Here, the pilot's already flown, he's come back, or she's come back, the pilot's come back. And don't forget, the pumps are still running as well. So it's not necessarily because of the pumps, it's because the whole process of shutting down your aircraft. Then you've got to restart it again, do all your checks on start, making sure there's no error codes, making sure things are lit on the green, that kind of thing. So it's that enables it to turn and burn, literally. So that is why. This is awesome. You know, massive shout out to the ground crew. You know, how important the armourers, technicians, the Bowsers, refuelers. Look at them. Nothing would fly without them. That was really interesting to see that. Absolutely mega. Well done, fair play, lads. Really cool to see that. I hope you enjoyed that. That was well good. So the air-to-air, the refueling probe there will get checked as well. Unless it's damaged, of course, that can happen. You've got to remember that it's an organised collision in some ways. Really interesting to see that. Like I said, you know, you can have quiet days, it really doesn't matter. It's just who you're with and what you get with it, you know. Cockpit refueling, you know, on the show for you to see, and the whole process, the ICT combat turnaround is amazing. I do love stuff like that. Really, really fascinating. They'll do all the checks unless it's damaged, of course. So the probe itself, it's I forgot the company that make that. I did come across it, but the crew will check the probe because it is full of sensors and it's very prone to getting damaged if you just imagine the nature of what goes on its air-to-air refuel process. So they're going to check that out. Maybe it's got an issue, maybe it just needs a nice check from the team there. So 2 more to come back of 29 Squadron, heading back Warlord flight, not too far. One of the magnificent things about the Typhoon concept is the engine itself, the EJ200 engines, a consortium of 4 countries, again, like the whole airframe and the manufacturers itself. Although don't forget there are other like specific components. Again, Safran make a French company that make the landing gear, the probe, I forgot what company, and I'm sure there are other companies such as Ontic. You've got, of course, you've got BAE, MTU, Rolls-Royce, Aero ITP, you know, loads of Leonardo, loads to mention there, and other countries as well that develop that as well. And it's just absolutely fascinating. And the engine itself can go for 1,200 hours without any maintenance. 1,200 hours of flying, which is absolutely incredible when you come to think about that. So Warlord flight not far. I was just about to say, I can definitely hear a World War II fighter in the background. I can hear either a Hurricane or a Spitfire somewhere in the background. Definitely can hear that. Possibly a ground run though. I can't imagine them flying in this, but if they do, fair play. Only they can tell whether it's okay or not. I mean, surface wind and the wind up high and dry tells a different story, of course. Yeah, I can... Oh, hang on. Oh, it's the Chippy. I totally forgot about that. There we go. The Chippy is coming out. There we go. Hello. Oh no, where are you going? Well, the BBMF have 2 Chipmunks, 5 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, 1 Lancaster and 1 C-47 Dakota. safe landings there. I don't know where our I don't know if the chipmunk aborted or was that just a bit of taxi training. I have no idea, but it's gone back. Oh no, hang on, oh my word. Look at this. I've never seen two of them before. Yeah. would not want to be on that, man. I love flying, but it's a bit choppy, that for me. I can't watch that. I can't do it. I can't bring myself. Oh man. Right, anyway, meanwhile, back to the main ASP. How's it going over there? Are you alright?
No, I'm fine. I'm just looking at your Starling.
Okay.
I've just bought one. Good, is it good? You're on the video. Right?
Very good.
Very good. What package you on?
Not what you'd have. Something different.
Not Starling.
Yeah.
More professional.
For what I do, yeah.
Interesting. So I'm forced to go that route, so I'm going that route.
Enjoy. Right, let's keep an eye on those chipmunks. I was very surprised to see them, actually, I'll be honest with you. I mean, you could see how choppy it was up there. Goodness me. So those are two de Havilland chipmunks. They have two in the BBMF. So they're off. Have they gone on different? Yeah, they've gone their own separate ways, look. They've gone their own separate ways for now. So, right, I think it's lunchtime here at Coningsby now for us. Yes. Yeah, I'll just see if I can contact someone, because I think the mum's going to get a bit distressed if she can't get them out. Yeah, is that crash gate 6? Is that number? Is that crash gate 6? Yeah, it is. Hang on. Let me just let them know. Oh, they got through. Yeah. Oh gosh. Oh no. Someone stopped the traffic. I think people. I think people were ready to take me. Yeah. Oh, fair play. Nice one, man. I think there were people ready to stop the traffic. That's pretty cool. Oh. There you are. Shen teddy bears. So the ducks and the ducklings, they made it safe. I don't know where they are, but of course you've got the River Bain behind me. So hopefully make it safe all the way there. Where's our chippy? Well, two of them now. Out there. I'll get Ted in a moment. I'm sure he'd like to say hello. Or as we say on the Ted Coningsby channel, oi oi. But my goodness me, it is absolutely horrible. Sorry, I keep saying that, but it really is, goodness me. Right. But yeah, the ducklings and mummy duck made it safely across the road. There were I don't know, because I was zoomed in quite a bit. There were people, I believe, looking like ready to stop the traffic, I think. I don't know, Ted wants to wear his beret for this, so okay. Those are his orders, so here we go. Good luck, Teddy. Brave, young brave bear. There he is there. Sun's gone in. It feels really sharp. It feels like a really horrible, cold February at the moment. But there we go. Luke Hensley, a high five to you. Thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron 8 Guards March to you. Thank you so much. Babsar, high five and a Guards March to you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. Mland Camp, thank you very much for your 35 months membership. Oi, good morning all. Dylan Cobb, thank you very much. Guards March to you. Today, birthday of the late Queen Elizabeth II. Yes, you are right. She would have been 100 today, right? I'm sure she would have been 100. Is it 100? She would have been celebrating her 100th birthday today. I will have to go and get our special flag, Teddy. Okay, mate. Absolutely. Yeah, well done for mentioning that, Dylan, because that is part of the, the British heritage. Yeah, nice one, man. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker, Guards March. Marnie as well, Guards March to you. Thanks for the super. Rob Kennard, thank you very much for the super, Guards March. Gary, thank you very much. High five. Thank you very much for that super. Get Ted a salmon fillet. I will do. Ted, we're going to go and get you some nice salmon. We're going to get you some organic salmon, some Scottish organic salmon, I think, Ted. He likes that one. Gary, high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. And another high five, Guards March to Gary. Thank you as well for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Gosh, that was bad. That had a bit of a punch. Was not expecting that one. Tom Leon, high five, Guards March, thank you so much. for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Kiwi Susie, Guards March, thank you so much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And Hartley, thank you very much for your 23 months membership. Pete Lawrenson, thank you very much to Pete Lawrenson. High five, Paw Pump for that super. A Steve burger or a kebab on the way home. Definitely get one of those two. Gary, Guards March, high five, thank you so much for gifting another Ted Coningsby membership. Rob Kennard, high five, Guards March, thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Big shout out to all those in Devon. How you all doing? Gary as well, thank you very much for the super, Guards March. Avro Al, thank you for your 37 months. Thank you for persevering in that chilly wind, Nikos. Thank you. Yeah, it's not easy. I'm going to tell you that today is on the brink of challenging. Bobby, thank you so much for your super, Guards March. New Rail Basher, high five, Paw Pump, thank you so much for that super, Guards March to you. Who's put loving the streams. Thank you very much, Ben. Rob Kennard, high five on a Guards March. Thank you so much again for gifting a membership all the way from Devon. Oh, he's off, he's gone. Right, now it's just a waiting game. So that's all our Typhoons back. We've got got two chipmunks to catch on the way back, when they come back, of course. Alex Blackcat, thank you very much for that, very kind words. How we all doing? Simon Watch on, Darren WS111, oi to you, hope you're good. Captain A, Alex Blackcat, Blue Lightning Bird, Alex Raven, Alan Q, Margot, Sharon Chapman. How we all doing? Davey, nice to see our members on here as well. How you all doing, members? What's going on? Martin Kirkland Tasman, what's going on to you? Carlos, how's it going? Alex Raven, Flying Duke, hope we're all good and well. Christopher Carr, lots of members on here, nice one, good to see you all on here and supporting the channel, thank you. Thanks a lot, I'll do myself a Guards March, thank you very much Alex Raven, I'll do that on the next set. well, one of them anyway, is heading back. Of the training for the pilots to convert to the BBMF aircraft for the fighters, and then can also be used as a aircraft to carry out recce's for new venues, and also a courier. I know. What do you mean? Well, it can also deliver spare parts, tools, and etc. if they can fit. Training to recce to spare parts, courier style. but I certainly would not want to, I mean, that's why I'm not in the Air Force, but I wouldn't want to be flying in this, man. I mean, that is just, wow, fair play. But it's not crosswind, so it's not too bad, really. It's really savage headwind, which isn't really a problem just on the crosswinds. If this was crosswind, then I can't imagine them doing that. But then again, we do have runway 12 and 30. So these are training aircraft for the pilots to convert to the BBMF fighters, the Havilland Chipmunks. There are 2 of them. So after this, what would happen, you may have seen already the T6 Harvard, the yellow one, which is on loan. I don't know if it's still here or whichever, but they'll do a bit of training on that. I think it's from the Rolls-Royce Heritage, I think. Derby, I think, that one. I could be wrong on that, but after that, if the pilot is successful, they'll go on to the Hurricane, and then after that, it will be Spitfire. So, World War II fighter of the BBMF would come from, let's say, Typhoon pilots. The heavies, so the Lancaster and the Dakota, would come from a different background, not from a fighter. You're going to need to have a different experience for that. So you can't go from Typhoon to Lancaster without having some background on heavy multi-engine aircraft. But that's one to ask the BBMF. That headwind is quite strong. That's going to give it a lot of lift. It's such a cute little trainer aircraft. Has a substantial background, especially with Belgium, Canada, and of course even in Portugal as well. It was a post-war aviation project. It took its first flight on the 22nd of May 1946. It is powered by a de Havilland Gypsy Major 1C. It's a 4-cylinder air-cooled inverted inline piston engine. It's got about 146, 145 horsepower. Empty weight is just 1,500 pounds, which is amazing. Wingspan 34 feet 4 inches, length of 25 feet 5 inches. It is a 2-man crew. It's got a max speed of 138 miles per hour. idea what that ground speed is going to register with that punchy headwind. That would be quite remarkable. This literally at standstill nearly. Getting as many touch and goes as possible. Touch and goes very crucial for training, to get in as many takeoff and landings as possible in one sortie, so to speak. Pilot's able to do lots of takeoff and landings, and also a type of approach that, if needed to execute during an emergency, can be done. So this is great training. been on a boat in rough seas, that is, isn't it, equivalent of, it's me, fair play. But, training, extremely important, of course. Bernie Haggard, thank you very much. How you doing? Hope you're good. And don't forget to treat yourself, get in there quick. Be the first to receive the new hoodies that are out. They are available now, so get yourself in there. The new Ted Coningsby hoodie is out. Wow, this was a different approach. Didn't even see that go over. Look at this. That's cool, man. See, it has fixed landing gear, it doesn't retract. massive stop, wasn't it? Seen two chipmunks together. wind isn't giving up today, is it? It is absolutely brutal. I hope it's all right tomorrow. Dare I look for tomorrow?
Peter, how you doing? Thank you very much for the super. KJN as well, how you doing? Yeah, Ted, I reckon Ted would love a flight in the Chipmunk, definitely. That's definitely a Ted plane, that one. We're doing Air Godzilla, oi oi to you, LEJ, Davey, Bill, Vic. Watching from Tennessee, how's it going? JPG Aviation, how's it going? Alan Burden, Margot, how are we all doing out there? 555, Triple Nick, how's it going? Oi oi to you. A warm welcome to all our viewers, although it's freezing up here, absolutely cold up here, man. But hey, got to battle on, got to battle through it. It's just cold. There's no such thing as cold, actually. It's just not enough heat. Actually, on a that is a good point. On a scientific level, I don't think cold actually exists. You can make heat, right? But cold is just not enough heat, if that makes sense. There is, I think scientifically, there's no such thing as actually a cold. Yes, I'm pretty sure that could be the case. I think it's just lack of heat, because you can generate heat. I don't think you can generate cold. I know you got freezers and stuff, but I think as a science thing, I'm pretty sure on physics and stuff like that, whatever you want to call it, I don't think cold actually exists. I think it's just not enough heat, if that makes sense. Heat, yeah. I think I know where I'm going with it. I came across that on one of my randoms. There you go. Sharon Pilkington, how's it going? Yeah, definitely. At least it's dry. Definitely, absolutely. Typhoon that's just getting towed. Yeah, it's going to go up a notch, all right. You just had that relaxing 145 horsepower gypsy inverted engine, and now it's time for 40,000 pounds of raw power from the EJ200 engines. Here we go. Thank you. Woo. Yeah. Right, let's see what we're gonna get. Very clean Typhoon. You see, this is why I've always said this. I prefer the Typhoon on displays with the centre drop tank. It's just a personal preference. I prefer it with the drop tank. I think the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team have got it right. I like the centre drop tank. I like it. Please stay. Here we go.
bumps on the back end of the fuselage, just to the 4 o'clock of the ram heat exchanger, just there, that little bump there, that was supposedly for conformal fuel tanks to be added to the Typhoon, but I've not seen any with one or two, shall we say. There it is on the other side as well, though. Squadron, seek and destroy, here we go.
more Typhoon spooling in the distance there in the hangars, so that's all good. Should be getting some more Foon action very shortly.
made in 4 different countries. Left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the centre part of the fuselage made in Germany. The front section of the Typhoon, the cockpit included, made in Britain. The rear section, tail, the rear part of the fuselage, components from Italy and Britain. First flight, 1994 in Germany, the DA1, one of 7 prototypes, and actually a rare occasion to see the German roundel, the cross, with IRST, because indeed they don't have it. The name Typhoon was added to Eurofighter in September of '98 at the Farnborough Air Show. They kept the theme with the wind phenomena. Well, that makes sense right now, but it went on from, of course, the Tornado, the predecessor, to the Typhoon. But it's called different things in different countries. Of course, in Germany it is indeed called the Eurofighter EF 2000 or Eurofighter. In Britain, in the Royal Air Force, it's called the Typhoon FGR4. In Spain, it's called the C-16 Typhoon, and the 2-seater actually is the CE-16, E for the trainer, CE-16 Typhoon, and in Italy it's called the F2000A Typhoon. So there we go, lots of names for the same aircraft. way you do it. Look how high that's gone in, like, I don't know how many seconds that was, but goodness me, that's how you do it, man. Well, they tested it, I can evaluate it. Yeah, it was good. So you'd be surprised to know that the maximum G pulled on a Typhoon performance takeoff, the maximum that ever sustained would be 2G, just 2G. Because at the end of the day, it's a lot more of a smoother process, you know, 185 miles per hour in just 8 seconds. So from brakes release to just 8 seconds, it's able to pull up, but climb vertically, 50 degree, 60 degree vertical climb, all the way up you go. So the most G's that are going to get pulled is a maximum of 2, and that's probably on the turnout. Trying to keep as stable as possible in the wind as well. That wasn't easy.
How's it going, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the home of the Typhoon and of course RAF Coningsby, a QRA station of the south with 5 Typhoon Squadrons here at Coningsby, including a RAF Typhoon display team as well. Makes this a very exciting place to come plane spotting. You just never know what you're going to get. Today, interestingly, we had, we just had a beautiful performance takeoff from 41 Squadron. Plenty of departures with reheats and 2 de Havilland chipmunks on the BVMF. Parked up together on at a holding point and went up one after the other and in circuits and in turn. It was really good. Yeah, absolutely. Typhoon display team starting off with Matt Elliott back in 2005, and he took the 2006 spot as well to take to the reins of 2 years in a row of Typhoon display pilot. Absolutely brilliant that. And usually made up of 29 Squadron, that's where you apply from, which kind of makes sense in a way, you know, because they are the operational conversion unit
So you'd think, you know, with their core pedigree of qualified flying instructors setting the example, I think that's an excellent thing that they've done that. You know, it's from 29 Squadrons Supreme Operational Conversion Unit, their qualified flying instructor, and they would have, you know, they are the ones teaching our frontline pilots on the Typhoon. So this year's Typhoon display pilot is indeed the man from Wales. Hey, that's right, it is indeed Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, born in Wales, in Pontypridd. He was born and raised there, joined 1004 Squadron Air Cadets, aged just 13, learned to fly with 634 Volunteer Gliding Squadron. He even became a gliding instructor at the age of 16, so before he could even drive, he knew how to fly. And he will tell you he's a very avid, in fact he loves the Mach Loop. He's a very avid aviation enthusiast and joined many air shows, and his ambition was to join the Royal Air Force began, and he did study at Swansea University. He gained a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in materials science, and his time at Swansea was also a key member of the Universities of Wales Air Squadron, where he flew the Grob Tutor as well. Tom joined the RAF in 2015. He completed his IOT initial officer training at Cranwell. He spent time there at the elementary flying training with 16 Squadron, who I believe is the core now for the Typhoon, the shooter display team. But he was streamed to Fast Jet. He continued his basic fast jet training course on the Tucano T1 at RAF Linton Onus, and after being awarded his wings whilst waiting his AFT course, he spent time flying air cadets on experience flights as well, with one air experience flight at St Athan. And he completed his AFT and Tactics Weapons course at Valley on the Hawk T2 with 25 and 4 Squadron respectively. He arrived on 29 and he did his course and is now a fully trained Typhoon pilot, and he went on to the mighty Typhoon in early 2021. Once he passed, he served with number 6 Squadron, the Flying Can Openers. Listen to that noise! Oh, woo! Tom even loves Star Wars. I know, Tom is a bit of a Star Wars nerd apparently, and he loves the Welsh. He's a bit of a Welsh rugby fan as well. So, so he's proud. Yeah, he's a full-on Typhoon. He's literally Typhoon through and through. And his call sign this year is Dragon01. Hey, let's hope for a good display from Dragon01. Still there, Steve? So, Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, our 2026 Typhoon display pilot, has completed his 10 at 1500 feet. He's completed his 2 at 500 feet. He's now at what called minimas. Minimas mean the display is still at 500 feet, with the exception of 2 extra additional hard decks. A 100-foot hard deck for a flat high-speed pass, and also 300 feet hard deck for a steep turn. So he can do all that. Right. it's time to ride. Here we go. Just make my adjustments as well. Yeah, I'm good. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's now time for you to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Come on. I mean, it sounds like a dragon, that Typhoon, doesn't it? Listen to it. Yeah. Yeah. Keep track of him, see where he caught me out last time, but it was done in a good way. He sneaked up on me from behind like a cheeky dragon.
So of course there is the risk that things can go tech. Oh. So get ready for Dragon 01 display coming up in 60 bytes. 60 seconds, right?
slow barrel roll into the high alpha. Look at this, all the way down to 120 knots. And when you zoom out, you can appreciate the lack of speed.
So it is possible Tom could have experienced more than 9G with the amount of wind. Any of the manoeuvres that required a 9G manoeuvre, 9G, if the wind is caught in the right direction, then it will push those Gs a little bit higher than 9, which I've seen on reports before.
What is this? Oh my gosh, look at this. What is this? Whoa! clever, man. The fake landing, as it's called, because people think I superimpose that landing. Oh, woo! That was absolutely that needed some, oh my word, that was amazing. Oh man. Oh, if only that wind just stopped. It calmed down a little bit for the landing, luckily. But my goodness me, God, I've taken it out on my wrists trying to hold that camera still. But hey, it doesn't matter. It's all good. That was pretty cool, man. I mean, that was rocking, wasn't it? That was absolutely banging. Ted's happy with that. Brian Acosta, thank you very much for the super. A Guards March to you. Dieter, thank you very much as well for the super. A Guards March to you as well. Chris White, high five and a Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships, man. A paw pump and a high five for you there. Chris White gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Also, Guards March to Chris White for 20 months of membership. Have just ticked over my 20-month membership. Nice one, man. Dieter, thank you so much for that super as well. Thank you so much. A Guards March as well for you. So glad to be part of the TCS Posh Officers Club. Hope to get at Riyadh this year and meet some members in real life. You know it is. Goodness me. KJN68I member for 11 months. Guards March. David Harwood, thank you for 26 months. How is the van been rocked like that? David Harwood, thanks for 26 months membership. How has it been 26 months of watching this amazing channel already? Thank you very much. Alex Raven, Guards March to you. For me, all right. A Guards March for Nikos and Ted for their dedication. Thank you very much. A Guards March to me from Alex Raven. Thank you. And you, Ted. Alan Q, thanks a lot for the super. Thank you very much. Tom Cruise. Oh, that looked like more like, what's his name? Paul Newman, that one, wasn't it? Oi, oi. Goodness me, what a day. Dim, dim, dim. Well, that was probably one of the best ones I've seen. But just a shame from my part about the wind. It was so hard to do that. Goodness me. But hey, we got the fake landing, as it's called. For those that know. That wasn't too bad because the wind was pushing me from the back, so that wasn't too bad. nosy neighbours are actually really good. This one would be good. Well mentioned there as well. Don't forget we do have tickets to the TED party. Come and join us. Be with us on that one. Let me just put a new link on that. Tickets. How you doing? All right? Yeah, I'm finishing in about 5 minutes. Let me wrap this up. I'll be down. One sec. Let me just pop that on for you. Yeah, come and join us. You've got to make sure you come and join us at the TED party. Let me just put a link on there. Only got 40 tickets left. Let's publicise that. Don't miss out on it. It's going to be amazing. Copy link now. Just do it now. Don't miss out. It's a wonderful community to do so. Brian Acosta, thank you very much. Also, Guy Ewan, best landing, bam, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Guy. I'll get Ted to. We're going to finish up, but I'll get Guy Ewan a guards march. Thank you very much, Guy Ewan. Guards march to you. Thank you very much for the super. Right, Ted and I are going to finish up. I'm still trying to hang on, man. Oh, goodness me. How's your beret still on there? Oh, I got the Rick Astley going on. I've got the Rick Astley effect. Look at that. George Michael. Goodness me. Well, listen, I just want to say a massive thank you to the Typhoon display team. Absolutely incredible stuff. Also, RAF Coningsby, oi oi! Big shout out to them as well, and our members and our viewers as well. Thank you so much for tuning in and supporting the channel. You know the place to be, you know the fun place. This is a fun military aviation channel, that's how we do it. You know, we have Typhoon displays, we've got chipmunks and fake landings. I bring it all. Everyone's not real anymore. Just kidding. It's a long story for those that know about that. That landing you've seen, someone actually thought, and actually I had a few of these, thought that was a fake landing, that I actually superimposed it. Well, if that's the case, we're all NPCs. Anyway, right, I'm done. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby on a windy day. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. Take care, everyone. Oh, I'm going to put the camera off the tripod because I can't leave the camera like that. So you're going to get a funny view in a minute. You're going to get a very different view to end the stream. How's that?
I think it was right for the boat. Yeah, how are you doing, Nikos?
Good, good. I'm still live. I've just got to hit the button.
Yeah, just to let you know, I followed you. I subscribed to you.
Oh
yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and yeah! Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Yeah!